I'm fine. Good.
Hello. Welcome back, everyone. It is 7, so it is time for us to begin. I do have my quorum, so I would like to commence with our afternoon. So we completed Doc 26, so now I will be turning our attention to Doc 27. So I'll ask everyone to kindly take their seats. And before we begin, maybe I will just draw to your attention that the Secretariat has posted the first 2 executive summaries. So this evening, in your spare time, make sure to take a look at those 2 executive summaries, and hopefully we'll be taking them up tomorrow. So thank you, everyone. Let's turn to Doc 27. Thank you very much. So now we are on Doc 27. This is National Reports, Submission of Annual Reports. The Secretariat has prepared this document, so I will invite the Secretariat to introduce it. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And you are very impressive, but with this hammer, it's even more impressive. I'm introducing document 27 on national reports, and I'll start by reminding that parties are required under the provisions of the Article 8, paragraph 7A to submit annual reports by 31st October of the following year for which they are due, and in accordance with the most recent version of the guidelines for the preparation of and submission of CITES annual reports. Pursuant to Resolution Conf 1117, Ref Cop 18, the Secretariat would like to inform the Standing Committee that its records show that the following parties have failed to submit annual reports for 3 consecutive years or more during the period 2018-2020 without having provided adequate justification. These parties are mentioned in paragraph 7 of the document. And we have an update, Madam Chair. Since the publication of the document, the following 10 parties have submitted their annual reports. I will mention first those parties that have submitted the report and are out of the list now. And these parties are Australia, Burkina Faso, Congo, Iceland, Nepal, Niger, Samoa, San Marino, Tajikistan, and Togo. So with this update, we have the following parties concerned by the recommendation that I will explain later: Albania, Burundi, Chad, Dominica, Iran, Libya, Mongolia, Paraguay, St. Lucia, Sao Tome and Principe, Syrian Arab Republic. The Secretariat recommends that the Standing Committee instruct us, the Secretariat, to determine whether the remaining parties mentioned in paragraph 7 have failed to provide annual reports for 3 consecutive years without having provided adequate justification, and if so determined, the Secretariat will issue a notification 60 days after the closure of this meeting, recommending that parties not authorize any commercial trade in specimens of CITES listed species with those parties until they have provided the missing reports. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So Standing Committee, we have before us document 27, which, following the direction in Resolution Conf 1117, the Secretariat has now identified 11 parties, which they have just read, who have not provided their annual reports for 3 consecutive years. So my understanding is the Standing Committee is invited to consider whether these parties have indeed failed to provide annual reports for 3 consecutive years without adequate justification, and if so, the Secretariat will issue a notification recommending parties not authorize commercial trade with these parties. So again, of the 21 parties in paragraph 7, 10 have provided their reports, and there are 11 remaining. So I will look for views from the Standing Committee, again, determining that if silence means agreement with the recommendations. I will invite the Standing Committee, and I will also invite observer parties. Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a brief intervention to thank the Secretariat for confirming to the Standing Committee that Australia has submitted its 2018 annual report. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Australia. North America, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. The North America region would like to thank the Secretariat for their update on report submission. We're a little disappointed to see that so many parties had not submitted reports for 3 consecutive years between 2018 and 2020. And we would be interested in hearing why. We hope that the reminders to be sent out by the Secretariat after this meeting of the Standing Committee will help remedy the situation. We support the recommendation that would direct the Secretariat to send a reminder to these parties and to issue a notification if not. This is an issue that often comes up to the Standing Committee, and it would be interesting to see why there are these delays. Is a problem of technical or other resources? If we know what the problems are, we might be able to make the situation better. Those countries that submit regularly might be able to help colleagues improve their performance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, North America. And we take good notes of your comments regarding seeking some further information as to the challenges parties may have in preparing those reports so that there could be some opportunities to have some cross-collaboration. I will continue to take any interventions from Standing Committee members as well as observer parties. And I'll invite 1 or 2 observers if you wish to comment. Okay, so seeing no further requests for the floor, I conclude that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendation in paragraph 8 and instructs the Secretariat to issue a notification within 60 days of the closure of this meeting. And I also understand that the Secretariat is in constant contact with these parties, so if these parties do indeed submit their report, then they'll have that 60-day period. Great, and in particular, just so everyone is aware, this recommendation is applying to Albania, Burundi, Chad, Dominica, Iran, Libya, Mongolia, Paraguay, St. Lucia, São Tomé and Príncipe, Syrian Arab Republic. Good. Indonesia, did you want to make a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just brief one. Indonesia highly appreciates the Secretariat for its report and its hard work. Indonesia kindly encouraged the parties that have not submitted their annual report to fulfill their obligation to submit the report as a deadline. And we kindly ask the Secretariat perhaps they could provide the necessary assistance to those countries, since we all know that these are difficult times for everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. And similar to North America, we do continue to encourage opportunities to assist these parties in ensuring that they can meet their reporting obligations. So we take note of those comments, and we agree with the recommendations. It's like the end of an opera. It's time to leave. In paragraph 8. So with that, I will turn us to the next item on our agenda, item 29 on the Compliance Assistance Program. This document was also submitted by the Secretariat, so I will invite the Secretariat to present the document.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Pursuant to Decision 18.69, the Secretariat has established a Compliance Assistance Program, or CAP, aimed at providing targeted support to parties facing persistent compliance challenges. The objective of the CAP is to assist parties in achieving or restoring compliance. This is done through tailored support in the form of expert advice, direct mentoring, training workshops, or short-term personnel placements, for example. The CAP is being implemented on a step-by-step basis. First, the Secretariat drew up country profiles and identified priority parties that could benefit from assistance. Based on an exchange of information with those parties, 4 priority parties were identified for a pilot phase of the CAP, namely Guinea, Nigeria, Suriname, and Togo. The small-scale funding agreement with Guinea is finalized and ready for signature at the moment, and a list of activities to be conducted under the CAP is being developed for the other 3 countries. Now, after this pilot phase, it is the intent to open the program to other interested parties, and more information can be found on the website as well as in the new brochure, which you should have received or will receive during the meeting. The Secretariat wishes to thank the European Union and Switzerland for their generous financial support that made it possible to establish this program. Further in the document, the Secretariat has also collected information on the financial and technical peer assistance that parties have provided to other parties subject to compliance mechanisms. A summary is provided in the document. The Standing Committee is invited to take note of the report and to consider submitting to the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties an amendment to Resolution 14.3 on CITES compliance procedures to reflect the creation of the CAP. Suggested wording is included in the annex to the document. The Standing Committee is further invited to consider submitting decisions, draft decisions to COP to further direct the Secretariat to continue its development of the CAP and to instruct parties to continue providing financial and technical assistance to other parties. This is reflected in decisions 19AA to 19CC in the document. Thank you, and I am happy to hand it back over to the Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So, Committee, I draw your attention then to paragraph 36 of document 29, where you will see the 3 recommendations to our committee to take note of the information provided, to consider submitting amendments to ResComp 14.3 as found in the annex, and to consider submitting 3 decisions to replace 18.68 to 18.70. So I will be interested in the views, starting with the views of the members of the Standing Committee. I will also invite observer parties who may wish to comment to raise their flag. So I see first Belgium, and then followed by Guinea and Nigeria. So Belgium, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We thank the Secretariat for the update, and we take note of the 4 parties identified as parties to benefit from the Compliance Assistance Program. We do acknowledge the difficulties that the Secretariat has faced to conduct proper technical assistance online. We welcome the identification of the staff members who will participate in the master's course at the University of Andalusia, as well as the possible deployment of short-term consultants. We do agree with the Secretariat's suggestions to amend Resolution COM 14.3 on compliance procedures to reflect the activities of the Compliance Assistance Program. And we do agree with the proposed draft decisions to review the decisions 18.68 to 18.70. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Next is Guinea, and Guinea's followed by Nigeria.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
La Guinée remercie le
Guinea
Secretariat
would like to
CITES
thank the CITES Secretariat
pour la mise en œuvre du
for
projet PARC,
the implementation of the CAP program.
qui va aider le pays
This compliance assistance program is going to help Guinea bring an end to the suspension of trade. We have been sanctioned since 2013. So thank you very much for your assistance. If I may, Madam Chair, I would like, on behalf of the Government of Guinea, to thank all of our technical and financial partners who have assisted us with this project. This is a good opportunity for us to thank them and the Secretariat for all of the support extended. And this is aimed at bringing us out of suspension. This has meant a lot nationally. We have enjoyed capacity building, and we have also been getting support from countries in the sub-region, also, again, in capacity building. This will all help us to ensure that we can implement CITES. We would like to thank all of you on behalf of the Government of Guinea.
Thank you, Guinea. Next, I have Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nigeria would like to thank the Secretariat for the efforts undertaken towards the development of the Compliance Assistance Program. As we can see and hear from the document presented, Nigeria was selected and confirmed interest in participating in this program, and we look forward to collaborating with the CITES Secretariat in this regard. Madam Chair, Nigeria, on behalf of the ECOWAS region, would like to highlight that supporting countries with restoring and securing compliance with the treaty is a core CITES activity, which should be prioritized in all sub-regions over all other activities. We are of the firm belief that we must all unite to once and for all eliminate the scourge of wildlife crime. We don't have time to waste as a convention, and we must prioritize the combat against wildlife crime syndicates who pillage our natural resources. We must strengthen our joint response to wildlife crime and ensure countries who need support receive such support in timely manner. We support the Compliance Assistance Program, and we view this type of initiative as a priority for our region to ensure that CITES doesn't become an empty shell and is implemented fully and successfully. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nigeria. I now will take the request from the United States.
Thank you, Chair. We commend the Secretariat for establishing the pilot phase of the Compliance Assistance Program. We thank the European Union and Switzerland for their financial support, and we thank the 4 parties participating in the pilot phase. We are hopeful that this new program will allow selected parties to address recurrent and persistent compliance issues, and we believe this is a worthwhile endeavor. We support the draft decisions and the draft amendment of Resolution 14.3. We see the CAP as one of several compliance tools under the larger umbrella of a capacity building framework, for which the beginning stages of development have been started by the working group relevant to document 22. For future consideration, we emphasize the need for the engagement of the committees and the technical assistance and the recommendations charted out for parties that are selected for the CAP. And we may at some point wish to consider that the Secretariat consult with the Standing Committee and the Animals and Plants Committees for the selection of those parties under the CAP. And as a last note, we suggest a small edit regarding the draft text for the amendment of Resolution 14.3 in the new paragraph 3 that begins with "take note that." In that paragraph, we would like to replace the word countries with the word parties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, United States. Note your point that as this program evolves in future, it might be worthwhile bringing the committees to engage in the selection. And also, the United States is recommending in the annex, paragraph 3, to read, "Takes note that the Secretariat has established the Compliance Assistance Program, CAP, to support parties facing persistent compliance challenges." I think that is probably agreeable. So I will continue to take interventions from parties. I will also see if there are one or two observers who wish to comment on this document. Okay. So seeing no further requests for the floor, I conclude that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations in paragraph 36 of the document to take note of the information provided, to submit the proposed amendments to COP19, the amendments to Resolution COP 14.3 with the small edit provided by the United States, and agrees to submit the decisions found in paragraph C to replace decisions 18.68 to 18.70. So thank you. And with that, we will turn to the next item on our agenda, which is item 31. So this is on countrywide significant trade reviews. Report of the Secretariat, and I will thus invite the Secretariat to present this document. When you're ready, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So document SC74 Doc 31 was prepared by the Secretariat, and it reviews existing CITES mechanisms and programme activities, including the Compliance Assistance Programme, or the CAP, which we've just heard about in the previous agenda item, and also the ongoing work on capacity building, which I believe is the next agenda item. And the review was taking place with regard to how these mechanisms could provide targeted support to parties identified as requiring assistance in relation to the review of significant trade at a national level. In this regard, the Committee's attention is also drawn to documents 22 and 20 at this meeting. The annex to the document presents a review undertaken by the Secretariat of the current cases in the review of significant trade, categorising each party into one of three categories. Category A are those countries or parties most in need of assistance. Category B are those parties in need of some assistance. And Category C are those parties that are the subject of ongoing cases that have not yet resulted in a recommendation to suspend trade. So of the 12 parties that were identified as being most in need of assistance, 5 have been identified as priority countries under the CAP, and 1 is proposed for removal from the review of significant trade at this meeting. Some funding is available from the United States of America to provide some direct assistance to the remaining 6 parties that were identified as most in need of assistance, but have not been selected as priority countries under the CAP. It is therefore the view of the Secretariat that the scientific and management issues identified in the countrywide significant trade review for Madagascar can be integrated into other existing mechanisms or programme activities, in particular the Compliance Assistance Programme. So the Secretariat is inviting the Standing Committee to support its conclusion that it is not necessary to provide additional targeted support to parties at a national level and to convey this to COP19. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report. And the committee is invited to concur with the Standing Committee's, with the Secretariat's conclusion that a countrywide report, continued work on the countrywide review of significant trade can be integrated into other mechanisms rather than continue. So I will open the floor to members of the Standing Committee for their reactions to this recommendation. And maybe before I take I don't see any flags from members of the Standing Committee, but I do see the Chair of the Animals Committee has a comment. So I will turn to the Chair of the Animals Committee.
Thank you, Chair. This is on behalf of the Animals and Plants Committees, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to comment on this document. The Animals Committee and Plants Committee considered the various issues around countrywide significant trade review at AC 31 and PC 25 in June 2021. Our conclusions are contained in paragraphs 7 to 10 of document SC 74 Doc 31. The committees considered it was premature for them to evaluate whether the scientific and management issues identified in the countrywide review of significant trade for Madagascar could be addressed through the Compliance Assistance Programme, or whether a new mechanism should be developed to provide targeted support to parties in relation to review of significant trade at the national level. This was mainly due to the fact that the progress updates on the CAP and capacity building activities through the Standing Committee Working Group on Capacity Building would only take place at this present meeting. Having reviewed documents SC 74 Doc 22 on capacity building and document SC 74 Doc 29 on the Compliance Assistance Programme, it remains unclear whether or not these processes can fully replace the need for a separate countrywide significant trade review. It is our shared view that the objective of a countrywide significant trade review is to provide targeted support to parties that have recurrent problems with assessing that their export do not threaten the survival of the species traded from their countries. Such a review should help in identifying gaps and problems these parties encounter, and finally support them in better fulfilling their obligations under the Convention. The committees welcome the fact that several parties identified as needing assistance under our review of significant trade will receive attention under the CAP, but this assistance is subject to the availability of external funding. This means that even those priority parties identified under the CAP would not be certain to receive the necessary support. The comparison of the list of parties identified as most in need of assistance under the CAP programme in document SC 74 Doc 29 with those identified as being most in need of assistance under the review of significant trade in Annex 3 of document SC 74 Doc 31 only shows partial overlap, which means that some parties, for example Benin, Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, Ghana, Mali and the United Republic of Tanzania might not be covered by the CAP and would not receive the needed support under that programme. The Animals Committee and Plants Committee members therefore think that the CAP cannot fully replace a dedicated countrywide review of significant trade support process, and suggests that more time is needed to consider whether or not a new mechanism should be developed to provide targeted support to parties at the national level. When looking at the document SC74 Doc 22 on capacity building, and looking in particular at the decision 19CC as outlined in this document on the development of an integrated capacity building program, I wondered whether this could be a way forward for the committees to provide inputs into this framework to make sure that this matter is included in the process and parties in need of such capacity building could benefit from such a support. An alternative way forward could be to have a separate decision in document 2022 on capacity building with more precise wording on that matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Animals Committee Chair, on behalf of the Animals and Plants Committee. For a summary for the committee, and to make sure I have a correct understanding, the Animals and Plants Committees do not concur with the Secretariat's assessment at this time. They feel that it might be premature to put aside the idea of a countrywide significant trade review, and rather the committees would suggest either some amendments to a proposed decision or a new decision associated with the discussion we will have on capacity building. So right now we'll just leave it as that's the recommendation, and then if the Standing Committee concurs with that recommendation, we can discuss that in the next document more specifically. So I will continue to take interventions. I saw Belgium and then followed by North America.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've taken note of the Secretariat's recommendations, and we agree with the Secretariat that a new mechanism should not be established if support can be provided under existing mechanisms. However, we agree with the concerns raised just now by the Chair of the Animals Committee on behalf of the Animals and Plants Committee, and we feel it's premature to take a decision now. So we propose to postpone this decision to the COP19. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. And is it okay, if I understood correctly, if you, in your agreement with the Animals and Plants Committee Chair's report, then you would concur that we integrate this continued sort of evaluation in that suite of decisions? Okay, thank you. North America, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. While work has advanced positively, the North American region considers that it is premature for the Standing Committee to make a decision, particularly considering that the Animals and Plants Committee, as mentioned by the Chair, have not had the opportunity to review this document as it was envisioned in the COP18 decisions. Therefore, the North American region opposes to the Standing Committee coming to conclusion on this matter and would support the submission of decisions to COP19 to allow the Animals Committee and the Plants Committee to adequately consider the information and provide its views, so that the outcomes of this work could be presented to the Conference of the Parties at its 20th meeting. Furthermore, while we understand that these are challenging times, we want to emphasize the significant value and expertise that the CITES scientific committees provide to the review of significant trade in specimens of Appendix 2 species process. Looking forward, we appreciate that the Secretariat will consult the scientific committee chairs in a timely manner as per Resolution Conf 12.8 on review of significant trade in specimens of Appendix 2 species, and in turn, the committee chairs will consult in a timely manner with the members of the committees, so that recommendations coming out of the review of significant trade in Appendix 2 species process can benefit from this expertise. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, North America. And so I take also from your intervention that you concur with the views expressed by the chairs of the committee regarding the need to continue. I will continue to seek interventions. What I've heard so far suggests to me thus far that the committee is likely aligned with the views expressed by the Animals and Plants Committee, well, by the Animals Committee Chair on behalf of the Animals and Plants Committee. I will continue to seek views from standing committee members. I also invite parties present who wish to comment. And I will see if there are any comments from observers. Okay, so based on the comments I've heard, I conclude that the Standing Committee does not support the Secretariat's conclusion, but rather supports the approach proposed by the Scientific Committee chairs, that it's premature at this time to conclude on the lack of need for consideration of the countrywide review of significant trade, and the committee would thus prefer a decision be proposed to allow the work and the intended functions under the existing decisions to continue. And I understood from the Animals and Plants Committee Chair that these decisions might fit within the context of the capacity building work, which I believe is next on our agenda. So I'm hopeful that the committee chairs have a proposed decision that we can take up when we look at the next item. Before we continue, I see the Secretariat, so please, Secretariat.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and apologies for taking the floor here, but because we have not actually heard what the Animals and Plants Committees are going to propose on the next agenda item, I just wanted to draw your attention to the summary record from the ACPC meeting that was held online. Was that earlier this year, last year? It's all a blur. Last year, yeah. Where the committees have requested the chairs of the Animals and Plants Committees, among other things, to work with the Secretariat to develop recommendations on countrywide significant trade reviews and present the outcomes to the Conference of the Parties. So there's already a mandate there, and we take on board that the committees feel that it is premature to actually abandon this mechanism. So we can still work on bringing decisions to the Conference of the Parties and perhaps suggest some wording to come into the capacity building in addition to these decisions. So just to say that we're not entirely relying on the wording going into the capacity building work. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, for that reminder. That's right. So as the committee chairs we'll be sending decisions to the Conference of the Parties. We'll continue our discussion in the next document, but also note that that the Standing Committee, from what I'm understanding here, concurs that it's appropriate to send decisions to advance this work. Hopefully that's clear. So with that, I think we can conclude on document 31, and I would ask us then to turn our attention to document 22 on capacity building. So document 2020, SC 74, doc 22 on capacity building is the report of the working group. I understand our colleagues from New Zealand are not present, and I'm hopeful that my colleagues from Oceania are, okay, remind me, the Secretariat, that's right. It's been a long day. So thank you very much. So in the absence of New Zealand, for which I extend my extreme gratitude for taking on the chairmanship of a working group, it's challenging I recognize it's challenging for parties to undertake these roles in addition to their regular roles, and so I do appreciate any time a party agrees to take on this work. So thank you, New Zealand, and I will turn then to the Secretariat to present this on the working group's behalf.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, New Zealand asked the Secretariat to present this, as this was a working group report that was prepared in consultation with the Secretariat, and so I'm pleased to just very briefly introduce the document in which the Secretariat and the working group report on the implementation of decisions 18.39 to 18.46, including decision 18.41 that by mistake was omitted from the document. Decision 1841 requested the Standing Committee to establish a working group with the participation of the scientific committees and participation of the Finance and Budget Subcommittee as well, to develop an integrated capacity building framework to improve the implementation of the Convention. In accordance with this mandate, the working group discussed the development of this framework, this discussion was inter alia informed by the responses to notification 2020/027 to the Secretariat in accordance with decision 18.46. The Animals and Plants Committees also discussed this issue at their joint sessions that we just heard, as mentioned by the Chair of the Animals Committee in his report yesterday, and also noted in this document. However, the working group was not able to conclude these discussions and has therefore proposed new draft COP decisions to continue work on this framework. The working group also reviewed Resolution CONT 3.4 on technical cooperation in accordance with the mandate provided in Decision 18.43. The working group prepared a new draft resolution on capacity building, which incorporates the decisions on this topic that are routinely presented to and adopted by the Conference of the Parties. This resolution links to the CITES strategic vision and recognizes the benefits of capacity building. The intention would be that this new resolution, if adopted by the Conference of the Parties, would replace the resolution on technical cooperation that was adopted in 1981. The resolution could be amended if and when work on the integrated capacity building framework has been concluded. In conclusion, the Standing Committee is invited to consider the draft resolution contained in Annex 1 and the draft decision contained in Annex 2 of this document and recommend these for the adoption of the Conference of the Parties. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. And so the working group is inviting the Standing Committee to note the progress, and in particular to recommend for adoption of the Conference of the Parties a proposed new resolution on capacity building in Annex 1 and some decisions to continue working in Annex 2. So I will take comments from, start with the Standing Committee members. I will also invite observer parties who wish to comment to indicate. I have Indonesia and China, followed by the United States. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia takes note of the document and may support the draft resolution and the recommendation on capacity building. But we welcome other suggestions, perhaps from other parties, which might improve this capacity building resolution to give better capacity building, of course, to the countries which might really need it in these difficult times. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. China, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China appreciates the work of the working group, in particular the important role played by New Zealand as chair of the working group. The CITES needs sufficient resources and capacity building, and the needs for capacity vary from country to country, and many regions, including Asia, have a particular need of support and assistance for sustainable and practical capacity building. And an exhaustive review of capacity building is a major challenge, but we're very pleased to see how much progress has been made, and we'd like to thank the chair of the working group and the Secretariat for having led the discussions and consolidated the points of view expressed. This will contribute significantly to capacity building and will help with the implementation and global development of CITES. So we support the draft resolution and decisions held in this document. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Next on my list is the United States, please. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We thank New Zealand as chair of the working group and the Secretariat for this report, and we support the recommendations of the working group and its continued efforts. It's important to recognize that while several existing mechanisms for compliance focus on particular parties in need, a capacity building framework and the tools associated with it would help all parties. And this framework will help parties to understand the enabling conditions that are needed for fully implementing CITES, and to clearly identify their parties' gaps, and to assist with coordinating and requesting plans and resources needed to fill those gaps. We agree with the draft decisions and the draft resolution, with a few suggested changes on the draft resolution. This may address part of what the AC chair was suggesting in the last item, potentially. An earlier version of the draft resolution contained roles for the Animals and Plants Committee and the Standing Committee, and we note that this version doesn't have that, so we value the expertise and the input of those committees, which would guide and add valuable inputs to capacity building activities. So we suggest that references to the committees are inserted in the draft resolution. In paragraph 4, in Part B, we suggest that where it says cooperate with institutions and organizations in planning and delivering joint capacity building activities of relevance to the convention, we would insert here new text in consultation with the Standing Committee and the Animals and Plants Committees. And then it continues, including scholarships, etc. Also, under Part D of paragraph 4, we would add a little bit of text there as well, where it says, continue to undertake the revision and enhancement of the CITES website and of the CITES Virtual College. We would insert here, in consultation with the Standing Committee and the Animals and Plants Committees. We also have additional text that we could suggest as a new paragraph to this draft resolution to be inserted after paragraph 4, and the intention of this addition would be to I request the Animals and Plants Committee to offer advice and input, and I have that text if you would like me to read it now. I request the Animals and Plants Committee to offer advice and input as appropriate to the parties and to the Secretariat related to CITES implementation and capacity building activities, which may include identifying capacity building needs and priorities, and making recommendations for developing or improving capacity building materials and tools. Thank you, Chair.
United States, can I ask you to read that last additional paragraph you're suggesting at a really much slower pace, please?
Thank you, Chair. Offer advice and input as appropriate to parties and to the Secretariat related to CITES.
Slower still, please.
Thank you. offer advice and input as appropriate to parties and to the Secretariat related to CITES implementation and capacity building activities. Which may include identifying capacity building needs and priorities, and making recommendations for developing or improving capacity building materials and tools. Thank you.
So thank you, United States. So committee, the United States is proposing some additional amendments to the proposed draft resolution to insert some consultation with the Standing Committee and with the Animals and Plants Committee in the activities under proposed 4B and 4D. And the United States is also suggesting the addition of a paragraph that requests the Animals and Plants Committee to offer advice and input as appropriate to parties and to the Secretariat related to CITES implementation and capacity building activities, which may include identification, I'm not sure I caught that right, capacity building needs and priorities, and making recommendations for developing or improving capacity building materials and tools. Fundamentally, the United States is proposing a role for the Animals and Plants Committees to support capacity building activities and development of capacity building tools. And so I will continue to take comments, and if I hear some support for this addition, then I'll ask, I'll make sure we have it read out properly so we all have a good understanding of the language. So with that, I have additional speakers. I have Peru, Senegal, and Belgium to start. So Peru, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to thank the Secretariat as well.
I invited Peru and then Senegal.
I'm sorry.
No, pas problème. Merci. Peru, please.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening. In principle, we agree with involving the Animals and Plants Committees in capacity building, but we'd also like to mention that in Peru we have organized a course for justice officials so that we can improve knowledge on conventions such as CITES CMS, and to raise awareness on tools that are available to help with the prevention of trafficking. And that is, we think it would be a good idea to add these subjects under capacity building. In Peru currently, our capacity building has been scaled up, and we are building it into working with more training centers.
Thank you, Peru, and thank you for informing us of some of the activities undertaken. And I believe some of those areas are part of the broader capacity building work, but we'll take good note. So next on my list was Senegal, and Senegal is followed by Belgium. So Senegal, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my apologies for taking the floor a little prematurely. I wasn't paying attention enough. I wanted to say that capacity building is an essential aspect for the good application of the convention. I can give some example based on our experience in West Africa. There are many efforts being deployed for training within parties, because in a country we have to think about who are the major actors. In Senegal, we have taken into account 4 areas that we're applying across all countries in ECOWAS. We've had training alongside IUCN to strengthen the capacity, the work on wildlife crime, and within that we have modules that look at CITES procedures, and we try to teach other law enforcement officials that when they are looking at a permit at a customs control, for instance, and we saw this in Belgium, and this is something we've been able to use in our country. What do we need to do to ensure the regular nature of a permit that is presented? These are things that we must not forget. We've seen a great deal of efforts within ECOWAS. We've had 15 countries with training that's being provided since 2016 with the Secretariat under the CITES Master Program. And today, ECOWAS is going to have the 3rd training session, which is provided by the program, which is going to lead to 45 masters completed in our countries. And the IUCN is developing a training module on management of wildlife species, and this is going to involve 5 people across 15 countries in each country, which means that we're going to cover a lot of people. And we're working on ensuring that we provide training for customs officers and magistrates. And since we've involved them, we've seen that there are higher sanctions. Before, it was not of interest to them. They just thought it was something really on the sidelines. And now, and I'd like to tell you an anecdote. The last time we had wildlife crime training, they were told about how they could improve and what benefits it would bring them to follow the master's program. And I think these are very important issues. My colleagues here can confirm this. We've also looked at how to make an NDF. We did this for Mako, and we are now working on ensuring that no more permits are issued for this species because the NDF is negative. We've worked on this on many different species. And I don't know if Daniel from Sri Lanka is here. He wanted to help us in the region, and that shows that there are a lot of efforts being undertaken, but we need to increase that. There is a strategy to combat this crime, but within that, we have a very strong role for training, because in the 15 countries, we want all our training schools where we have those who are involved in law enforcement to be made aware of CITES, so that we're all talking about the same things throughout the whole region, because sometimes I've spoken to customs officers who have said Appendix 2 species are banned. Well, that's something they haven't fully understood. So that's something we can improve internally. But I think training is extremely important, certainly in West Africa region, where after the WEBIC project, we've seen that this has really been extremely helpful. So I don't want to take up too much time, but it's certainly something essential. So that after 2, 3 years, 5 years, we have someone new coming in who doesn't understand CITES. And then, of course, we start again with problems. So we have to keep training going.
Thank you, Senegal. I believe there's no one here who is unconvinced on the importance of good training.
Madame la Présidente,
Senegal,
sorry, Madam. We invited the Secretariat to come and participate in some NDF training. They couldn't because of the pandemic, but we would welcome them.
We have a charged agenda, but thank you very much for your comments. But if we could continue, I would like now to turn to Belgium first, please, Belgium, and then Nigeria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, indeed, as the previous speakers, we do commend the work that has been done by the working group, and we indeed know all the importance of capacity building. We want to support the draft resolutions and all the draft decisions with the amendments of the US. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I believe next was Nigeria. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also join my voice to support and thank the working group for the work done towards the development of a CITES resolution on capacity building because of the importance of the capacity building. It's an issue of priority importance to our country and also to our region. We support the outcome of the conclusions reached by the working group in this very document. However, we want to suggest to the committee to insert a clause in the draft resolution ensuring that capacity building activities undertaken by the Secretariat and funded by CITES be based on a thorough needs assessment process led by the country level with an in-depth consultations of national authorities to ensure maximum impact. Our countries have the best grasp of priorities for support, and we want to make sure support is allocated to address the most urgent needs of the parties requiring support. We look forward to engaging in the development of an integrated capacity building framework with that goal in mind. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nigeria. And I was just taking a look at the draft resolution in response to your point. I note that the draft resolution, paragraph 3, encourages parties to use the CITES implementation reports as well as direct expression of interest to inform the Secretariat about their capacity needs. And what I'm hearing from you is to put an underline perhaps on encouraging those parties to in particular identify their most urgent needs. So I'll consider how we can integrate that, and I'll also continue to take reactions to see if there are views on that. The Chair of the Animals Committee, I believe you wanted to take the, please, Chair of the Animals Committee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In relation to the concerns we raised in the document just previously, I mentioned that there is the decision in this document, decision 19CC, which asks the Animals and Plants Committees to engage in consultation with Standing Committee as called for in decision 19BB. And there in 19BB, the Standing Committee shall continue the development of integrated capacity building framework and so on. And I would propose that the chairs of the Plants and Animals Committee consult with the Secretariat whether these decisions can fulfill the concerns that we have raised, and if not, we do have a mandate to propose separate decisions which would make sure that our concerns can be addressed. So that's what I would propose as way forward.
Thank you, Chair of the Animals Committee, for that clarification. I think that seems appropriate. The intent of the committees regarding the previous topic was clear, and the Standing Committee concurred, and so yeah, I believe we could agree that the chairs of the committees work in either integrating that need here or propose new decisions as as you were asked to at your committee meetings. Okay, so let's go back again to the draft resolution and draft decisions. I've heard support for the U.S. addition from Belgium. I've not heard any opposition. I've heard some potential underscoring of encouraging parties to also identify their most pressing or urgent capacity needs, which we could consider under paragraph 3 of the draft resolution. So I will see if there's any more interventions or reactions to the proposals on the table right now with those amendments. And I'll open the floor again to Standing Committee members, to parties. I will also see if there are any observers who wish to react. Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair. Canada would like to support the idea brought forward by the United States to include the pertinent language on the scientific committees right in the resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Sorry. Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We tried to catch what's the proposals given because we cannot see in the screen. Can you repeat the first one from the US? This problem will not happen if we can show it in the screen, by the way.
No, instead we'd still be at 4 issues behind. Yeah, and so I didn't reread the U.S. proposal because I wanted to get a sense of the room.
You even couldn't.
And now I'm quite happy to do that because so far I've heard interventions in support of the U.S. addition. So
I'm sure they're good.
Will read that again. I just want to check one point to make sure I grabbed it correctly. So I appreciate that, Indonesia. This has been our standard and the way we've worked for many years. And again, I know that we don't have the capacity right now to show it. So we could have a discussion about that or perhaps move forward. So I'd like to start then back to the decisions at hand. So the working group has invited the Standing Committee to consider submitting a draft resolution on capacity building, which is found in Annex 1 of SC 74 Doc 22. In addition to the language in the resolution, there is a proposal to, which was supported by Belgium and Canada, to insert in paragraph 4B consultation with the committees, such that paragraph 4B would read, cooperate with institutions and organizations in planning and delivering joint capacity building activities of relevance to the convention in consultation with the Standing Committee and with the Animals and Plants Committees, including scholarships for in-person training or training opportunities. So the intent is the same, but there is a consultation step with the committees. Additionally, the United States would suggest inserting in paragraph 4D the same consultation step, such that 4D would read, continue to undertake the revision and enhancement of the CITES website and of the CITES Virtual College, the insert, in consultation with the Standing Committee and with the Animals and Plants Committees, including selected online courses, to update the content and to improve their effectiveness in providing access to capacity building resources to parties. So that part continues. In addition, the United States would insert a new paragraph after paragraph 4, so 4 bis. And this paragraph requests the Animals and Plants Committee to offer advice and input as appropriate to parties and to the Secretariat related to CITES implementation and capacity building activities, which may include identifying capacity building needs and priorities, and making recommendations for developing or improving capacity building materials and tools. So the intent of the addition from the United States is to seek the Animals and Plants Committee's advice and input in the development of those tools, needs, etc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But if you maybe also would like to support Nigeria's proposal to strengthen, to emphasize the need of each individual countries. And if it could be also read and drafted, and so we can consider, it would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Indonesia and Nigeria. You provided an emphasis on ensuring that the parties are in essence driving the identification of those needs so that they are undertaking their assessments and really focusing on providing their most urgent needs. And so based on Nigeria's input, my suggestion would be for paragraph 3 of the draft resolution to put an addition at the end of the paragraph so that the paragraph might read, encourages parties to use the CITES implementation reports as well as direct expression of interest to inform the Secretariat about their capacity needs underlining their most urgent needs. And then that would invite those parties to demonstrate their needs and really place an emphasis on their priorities. I hope that's clear. Senegal, do you have a comment about the language?
Excusez-moi de prendre la parole. I do apologize. I wish to add something to Nigeria's proposed amendment. Identify needs, yes, but also develop financial partnerships to that end. Because we have developed activities thanks to our work with partners. We do need those partners because these are not CITES-funded activities. I think we really need to do that. So parties need to identify their needs, but also need to point to financial partners who could help develop such activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. And that was my understanding of some of the intent of the other aspects of the resolution, because there's also an invitation to parties to ensure that there's funding, that it's part of the bilateral and multilateral programs, which I believe is referencing some of the partnership work you're describing, and certainly a direction to the Secretariat to seek external funding. So I don't think, I do think that that's incorporated in here, along with, so we have encouragement to parties for donors, we encouragement parties who are identifying their needs, and then working collaboratively to try to fill those needs. That's my understanding of this resolution. And so I would like to continue to move on here. So I've read out what I understand to be the additions from the United States, as well as the intent of the intervention from Nigeria. I will see if there's any disagreement with those amendments. Okay, so I don't see any requests for the floor, so I'll take that as agreement. In addition, we have the draft decisions in Annex 2, and I hear agreement with the draft decisions in Annex 2 as proposed by the working group to be transmitted to the Conference of the Parties. Okay, so seeing no further requests for the floor, I conclude then that the Standing Committee agrees to submit the draft resolution on capacity building to the Conference of the Parties with the edits provided from the United States and Nigeria, as well as agrees to submit the draft decisions found in Annex 2 of the document. So thank you very much. And with that, we conclude our discussion on document 22, and we are now moving to document 32. Okay, SC 74, Doc 32. Review of Resolution Conf 11.3. So this document has been submitted by the United States as chair of the Intersessional Working Group. As with New Zealand, I thank the United States for taking on this task and invite you to present the report. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States presents this report as chair of the working group on review of Resolution Conf 11.3, Rev Cop 18, on compliance and enforcement. The working group membership included 17 parties and 17 non-party observers. As described in document SC 74, Doc 32, based on several rounds of email consultations and consistent with the working group's mandate to suggest amendments to reorganize the resolution to improve usefulness and readability, the working group developed proposed edits to Resolution Conf 11.3. Those proposed edits are included in the annexes to the document, with Annex 1 presenting the recommended changes in underlined and strike-through text with explanatory notes as needed, and Annex 2 presenting a clean version of the resolution showing how it would appear if the recommended changes were accepted. We extend our sincere appreciation to the Secretariat for assisting with that task. Paragraph 7 of the document describes a number of gaps identified by working group members for possible future consideration. On behalf of the working group, the Standing Committee is invited to agree to propose to the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties the amendments to Resolution Conf 11.3, Rev Cop 18, as found in the annexes to the present document. If the committee agrees that the issues described in paragraph 7 warrant further discussion during the next intersessional period, we invite the committee to propose draft decisions as appropriate to COP19. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. So the committee is invited then to propose the amendments, the reorganization of Resolution Conf 11.3 to the Conference of the Parties, and invited to provide their advice on whether further consideration of the identified gaps in paragraph 7 is warranted. So I will seek views, starting with the views of the Standing Committee. I will also open the floor to observer parties. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like, first of all, to thank the intersessional working group chaired by the US for the preparation of this document. We agree on the proposed amendments to Resolution 11.3 as found in the annexes. We, however, would suggest to consider the identified gaps in the resolution as outlined in paragraph 7, but we want to be mindful of the mandate of this working group as we feel that some of those gaps go beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. So my understanding is the recommendation from the working group is to determine if consideration of these gaps is warranted, and if so, we can propose a decision to the Conference of the Parties to mandate probably the Standing Committee to consider these things. And so in that context, do I understand correctly that Belgium believes there is value in proposing a decision to consider in the next intersessional period these A to F?
Yes, that would be my understanding. However, some of those gaps go a bit beyond and would beyond the mandate of that working group and would be better suited in other discussions. For example, the gap in D on the One Health approach, we would feel that there are other discussions like the zoonotic working group that would better suit it for this. So I want to give the parties the information that we need to be mindful what gaps we do identify. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Belgium. And so I think what you're pointing to is an organization of future work. So right now, I think what I'm interested in from the committee members is if they agree that these gaps merit some level of attention following the conference of the parties. And if so, we, in crafting a decision to bring those forward, we'll be mindful of other decisions or that the Standing Committee is proposing to ensure to sort of rationalize the work and make sure that we're not duplicating similar work in different streams, which I very much appreciate, because that will make the life of the next chair simpler, I think. But certainly if the committee agrees that there is value in considering these gaps, I could work with the Secretariat and in consultation with the committee to design an appropriate decision. So I will continue to take comments on Doc 32, Annex 1, and the recommendation also in paragraph 9 regarding these gaps. Okay, I see Senegal, so I'll be interested in your views regarding the addressing of these gaps. Senegal, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this question, we feel that this resolution Conf 11.3 is very important. We need to ensure that wildlife is protected from illegal trafficking and trade. We feel that the review of this resolution 11.3 is very complete. We therefore fully support the amendments proposed by the working group. We would particularly like to highlight how happy we are with we welcome the need for transit countries to consult with the countries of origin, and that is mentioned in the draft. The interpreter apologizes for having missed the reference.
Thank you, Senegal, for your support of the amendments proposed by the working group. So I will continue to seek views from parties, both Standing Committee representatives and parties. I will also see if there are one or two observations from observers. So I will take the one input from C. Shepherd's Legal, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm making this intervention on behalf of 15 NGOs, and I've shared the list with the Secretariat. Many of us were members of the Intersessional Working Group, and we would like to take the opportunity to express our thanks to the Chair, the US, for guiding our deliberations and preparing the document. We fully support the amendments to the resolution in Annex 1, which improve the usefulness and readability of the resolution. The working group, as we just discussed, also identified a number of areas listed in paragraph 7 of the document where further guidance could be considered. And for example, we feel strongly that the resolution would benefit from streamlining considerations related to the enforcement of the Convention for Marine Species, including introduction from the sea, that is, those species taken in areas beyond national jurisdiction. We are of the view that all of the gaps identified are pertinent and should be addressed in some way over the next intersessional period, and we strongly encourage the Standing Committee to propose a corresponding draft decision, as you just proposed, for consideration of parties at COP19. Thank you.
Thank you, C. Shepherds. China, did you wish to intervene on this? China, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China joins the concerns on the proposal from Belgium on paragraph 7, in particular in terms of the mandate and the elements that are beyond the mandate of the working group and even beyond the mandate of CITES. For example, where there is also issues with stock. We would like to propose that we put, if it's necessary, to have those two elements under the gaps identified. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, China. So you've in particular identified 7C and D as not being necessary for addressing. I know that there is ongoing work on stocks and stockpiles in CITES right now. So one option could be to let that work continue and then determine where to place guidance if guidance is developed. And D on a One Health approach. So I have a recommendation from Belgium to consider these gaps, but mindful of not overlapping with ongoing work. I have something similar from China, who's not convinced that there is need to consider the gaps, but in particular feels that 7C and D are perhaps not pertinent. So I do need some more advice in order to get a sense of what the committee's preference would be. So Canada, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I apologize, it takes time to take all of the masks and stuff. So Canada recognizes the work that has been done in making this resolution streamlining and then making it more readable. So we really appreciate the work of the working group and we thank them for their efforts. Canada supports most of the proposed amendments. We support the changes to the resolution. Regarding the gaps, Chair, we support consideration of the idea of the gaps. Like others, we also had some questions about what was meant by different terminology, whether the placement was better in the with the work on zoonotic diseases for the One Health approach. So in particular, for example, under paragraph 7, A, it wasn't clear to us, what was meant by professional bodies, what were the working group trying to get at, it would have to be defined. So we don't mind the idea. For B, we weren't sure what gap exactly the working group observed is not elaborated. And the use and trade of marine species is important to Canada. So we support the idea, but we're just not sure of what gap we're talking about. With regards to C, we also needed further clarification with regard to what specifically was the need, or whether it's specific to stockpile management of sea specimens, or if it was a broader intent than that. And regarding D, 7D, is the one-on-one health that we also appreciate the recommendation and support the recommendation, and we're not sure whether it should remain entirely with the zoonotic diseases working group, or if it goes here, we would like to see a strong degree of collaboration between those two working groups. So in general, not opposed to the idea, but I think it needs a bit more refining. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. It'll be challenging for us to refine, and so I'm trying to refer back to the original decision. The decision was to review the resolution on compliance and enforcement, to reorganize, to improve usefulness and readability. So I feel that I'm hearing from the committee that that work has been accomplished. So thank you very much to the working group. And identifying gaps. And so I'm presuming those are gaps in the resolution. And so in that context, I admit to a bit of confusion as well with D, because I'm not sure guidance on a One Health approach and how that fits in a compliance and enforcement resolution. And I think there's still an evolving conversation there. Some of these other points I can see, but I also recognize that there is work happening in under other decisions and ongoing work. I don't know if Chair of the working group, if you had any more insights to offer in terms of the discussion around these possible gaps, which might help me determine, because I do see some agreement, but also a little bit of uncertainty about how to frame some of these suggestions. So to put you on the spot, Chair, I don't know if you had anything you could offer to help me walk my way through this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your confusion is getting at exactly some of the discussions in the working group. As you noted, the mandate of the working group was to look at the resolution and suggest amendments for readability and structure. And so that's what we sought to do, obviously. But in the course of the discussions, working group members raised various issues related to compliance and enforcement around these other issues. For example, stockpile management, for example, compliance and enforcement considerations related to marine species, et cetera. And so we believed that they were outside the mandate for the reorganization, which we saw as largely sort of a kind of an administrative sort of technical task. And so we've included them here without really a lot of editing, simply because we didn't have sort of broad agreement within the working group that these issues merited additional consideration. And as you and others have noted, a number of these issues are being considered in the work under other decisions. So having been involved in the discussions, I'd be happy to work with the Secretariat to craft some decisions that sort of refine this and perhaps acknowledge these issues, but make reference to the fact that they are being considered elsewhere, and that any issues around them would need to be strictly related to compliance and enforcement to merit inclusion at some future point, or consideration to be included in this resolution at some future point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the working group. That was helpful to me. So it does sound like the committee is open to further consideration from those who spoke, but it isn't quite clear. It's like we haven't fully cooked the cake yet in terms of how these issues might be addressed appropriately within the resolution on compliance and enforcement, or if there are other spaces where that is occurring. So one option could be to building on the existing decision to the Standing Committee. So the reorganization perspective has been done, but the Standing Committee could be invited to, in essence, give some further consideration to the potential gaps identified in the compliance and enforcement, in the context of the compliance and enforcement resolution, and basically allow some of the conversation that doesn't sound like it was fully developed or really under the intent of the mandate to continue in the next intersessional period. I would agree with Belgium and other countries who've stated that it would be important that any crafting of that work be done in a manner that doesn't duplicate efforts or sort of create parallel work on similar topics. And a number of these points I know are being covered by existing work, such as the stockpile work, the zoonotics working group, the working group that's working on electronic systems. I understand in one of the later documents we'll be addressing something similar to what's in paragraph F. So if the committee does feel it's warranted, then perhaps the committee could recommend that the Standing Committee chair, working with the chair of the working group and the Secretariat, prepare a decision for consideration by the Conference of the Parties on further elaborating and considering these identified gaps, taking into account other ongoing work. How does that sound, committee? Oh, I see a thumbs up. Thank you. Okay, so maybe that's the approach we'll take. So the committee, so my conclusion then of our discussion on this document is, first of all, we thank the working group for their hard work, and the committee agrees to advance the amendments proposed to Resolution Conf 11.3 found in the annex to the document. And further, the committee requests that the Standing Committee chair work with the chair of the working group and the Secretariat to develop a proposal, a draft decision for the Standing Committee to further consider the gaps identified in paragraph 7, taking into account other existing work under the Standing Committee. Okay, thank you. I think that concludes our discussion. I think that concludes our discussion of document 32. And so I will now move us to the next one. So now we are looking at the suite of documents under agenda item 33 on enforcement. So the first item on our list is document 33.1, enforcement matters, the report of the Secretariat. So I'll ask the Secretariat to briefly introduce this report.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished delegates, the document on enforcement addresses several matters. It highlights the declarations, resolutions, and international commitments to combat wildlife crime adopted in various fora since COP18. It also highlights the continued challenge posed by corruption and provides information on work undertaken in this regard, including information on work undertaken by the Secretariat concerning Ghana. The Secretariat also, as required by Resolution Conf 17.6, continued work to facilitate cooperation and engagement between CITES and the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, as well as the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. The Secretariat in the document further elaborate on work undertaken to support addressing illicit financial flows from wildlife crime and highlights the importance of scaling up efforts to address these illicit financial flows by integrating the investigation of financial crimes into wildlife crime investigations. The recommendations of the Secretariat on these matters are presented in paragraph 34. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report and the noting and encouragement that you invite the Standing Committee to agree. So with that, I will turn to members of the Standing Committee for your comments on the report and on the recommendations in paragraph 34 of document SC 74 33.1. I'll start with members of the Standing Committee. And I will also open the floor to observer parties. Singapore, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Singapore would like to thank the government of France for kindly hosting this meeting, and we would like to thank the CITES Secretariat and Standing Committee for organizing this in-person meeting amidst the challenges of the pandemic. With regards to the agenda item, we thank the Secretariat for preparing a comprehensive summary report on enforcement-related activities since COP18. Singapore would like to update the meeting on Singapore's enforcement efforts against illegal wildlife trade. Singapore takes a zero-tolerance stance on the illegal trade in wildlife. Singapore is committed to doing our part and working closely with CITES, UNODC, Interpol, and foreign law enforcement agencies. Earlier this year, Singapore received a United Nations Asia Environmental Enforcement Award. Together with the People's Republic of China, Singapore had jointly conducted a controlled delivery operation for an elephant ivory ornament. The buyer and seller of the ornament are currently assisting with investigation. In August 2021, Singapore unveiled a new canine unit to help improve our ability to detect and enforce against illegal wildlife and wildlife products passing through our borders. The canine unit enhances our capability to crack down on illegal wildlife smuggling operations. In the same month, Singapore also opened our first Center for Wildlife Forensics to strengthen our capabilities in wildlife forensic science and research. The Center for Wildlife Forensics, in collaboration with Professor Samuel Wazer from the University of Washington, published a study in Nature Human Behavior, found that the majority of large ivory seizures made globally over the past decade came from repeated poaching at the same location and even from the same families of elephants. Such insights can help us better understand the patterns and networks of illegal wildlife trade. The information has been shared as an information document on CITES SC74 webpage with all the CITES parties. In addition, we are actively strengthening our domestic laws and enforcement against illegal wildlife trade. For instance, we are currently reviewing our law on endangered species and aim to introduce stiffer penalties and stronger enforcement powers against offenders. We are also taking active steps to investigate and target illicit financial flows associated with illegal wildlife trade. We have enacted laws and regulations that target illegal wildlife trade and associated money laundering activities. At the national level, we regularly exchange information, typologies, and intelligence, and coordinate training with relevant agencies. We have shared case studies and red flag indicators with banks, traders, and agents that apply for trade permits to enhance their collective understanding of illegal wildlife trade risks so as to better detect and report suspicious fund flows linked to wildlife crime. Singapore, being the board member of the Interpol Wildlife Crime Working Group, has initiated a regional network to analyze and tackle illegal trade in songbirds. The project aims to bring together countries in the region to work on the common enforcement issues of illegal songbird trade. In conclusion, Singapore remains firmly committed to combat illegal trade in wildlife. We will continue to remain vigilant to the threat posed by wildlife crime and money laundering activities and continue to operate closely with countries to combat against illegal wildlife trade. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Singapore, for that update. And I'll also take it that you concur with the recommendations in Doc 34. I will continue to take a request from the floor from parties. And I will also see if there are any observers who wish to comment on Doc 33.1. Okay. Seeing no requests for the floor, I conclude that the Standing Committee agrees with the Secretariat's recommendations to note the activities reported on, note the reporting of the Secretariat in accordance with the provisions of Resolution Comp 17.6 concerning Ghana, welcome the various declarations that have been adopted, encourage the step-up of efforts, and encourage parties to draw on the existing tools. So the recommendations found in paragraph 34 of Doc 33.1. With that, we will now turn our attention to Doc 33.3.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The document provides an update on the work of IQIC, the collaborative effort between the CITES Secretariat, Interpol, UNODC, the World Bank, and the WCO to provide coordinated support to combat wildlife crime. Since COP18, a broad range of activities continue to be delivered under the auspices of the consortium. I draw your attention in particular to the IQIC annual report for 2020, available on the updated IQIC webpage, as well as in Information Document 6. The annual report for 2021 will be available in coming months. The document also highlights the development of the IQIC Vision 2030, which will guide the work of the consortium in the decade to come. The Secretariat thanks all parties and stakeholders that contribute to the consultations to develop the vision and expects it should be finalized by June. It has been developed based on feedback received, lessons learned, and focuses on the key areas where the consortium can provide support to further strengthen criminal justice systems. Finally, the implementation of the IQIC strategic program has been funded by the European Union, France, Germany, Monaco, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States of America. Contributions from Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of China, Norway, and the United States of America to the Secretariat have also contributed to the work of IQIC. On behalf of all consortium partners, the Secretariat thanks these parties for their generous support. The recommendations are in paragraph 45. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So Standing Committee, the Secretariat invites us to agree a number of recommendations on noting the activities reported upon and encouraging some actions to parties and donors. So I will seek the views of the Standing Committee regarding these recommendations. And I am also opening the floor to any observer parties who wish to comment. Tanzania, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The United Republic of Tanzania wishes to commend the good work of the International Consortium on Combating Illegal Wildlife Crime. The collaborative effort between CITES, Secretariat, Interpol, the UNODC, the World Bank, and the World Customs Organization. Chair, we specifically want to commend IWCCWC for supporting Tanzania in conducting a national assessment of forest and wildlife crime using the IWWCC analytic kit in 2016. Chair, we appreciate the technical support from UNODC in the implementation of the IWCCWC indicator framework for combating wildlife and forest crime in the United Republic of Tanzania. Chair, we found the tool and the framework to be very useful in assessing law enforcement efforts, and therefore we strongly recommend parties to make use of the tool and the framework. Last but not least, Chair, we support the recommendations that have been put forward by the Secretariat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tanzania. I will continue to see if there's any comments from parties. United States, please.
Muchísimas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good evening to everyone at plenary.
The United States acknowledges and notes this document. The United States also appreciates the acknowledgement from the Secretariat and has been very happy to support ICCWC activities over the years, including those highlighted in the report. The United States is encouraged by the overwhelming support the ICCWC has received and the work the Secretariat and the ICCWC have already completed. The United States would like to encourage engagement of ICCWC partners with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Office of Law Enforcement attachés, currently posted in Beijing, Bangkok, Hanoi, Dar es Salaam, Nairobi, Pretoria, Libreville, Mexico City, Lima, and Brasilia. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service attachés continue to engage directly with host country and regional law enforcement authorities to initiate and foster transnational investigations to combat wildlife trafficking. The service attachés provide technical advice, expertise, support capacity building, provide access to fish and wildlife resources, such as the National Fish and Wildlife Forensic Laboratory and Digital Evidence Recovery and Technical Assistant Unit, and help leverage USC resources to CW in the region. The United States will continue to support capacity building and law enforcement efforts to end wildlife trafficking and commends the efforts of the Secretariat. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, United States. I have Indonesia and China. Indonesia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia thanks the Secretariat for its report on the task force on illegal trade in specimens listed 3 species. The success of the task force and its online meeting on February 2022, as reflected in the addendum, indicates its significant importance, particularly to support the Plans Committee. Indonesia supports the continuation of this task force and also hopes the task force could support and facilitate technical assistance, capacity building, and knowledge sharing activities for the parties. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia, and I believe your intervention is in reference to the next document, 33.2. But nonetheless, we take good note of your comments, and we will refer back. But right now, I'm talking about document 33.3, the report from IQWIC. Exactly, yeah. The working program put the reports first. No problem, it is late. China, did you want to then take the floor on 33.3?
Yes.
Please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China appreciates the work carried out by the consortium and its members and the strengthening of their work. We have noticed that in document 33.3, in several places mentions the UNODC's 2020 report on wildlife crime throughout the world. We would like to make 2 comments on this report as follows. First of all, the selection of data is biased. It says that 10% of data comes from Asia and 3.9% from Latin America and Caribbean region and 85% from North America and Oceania. Very few of these confiscations from China come from developed countries. If the database were to be used in an impartial manner, the report would have shown illegal trade throughout the developed world. However, the report selects rhinoceros, rosewood, agarwood, pangolins, and they target China principally. And there are several assertions in the report that are not founded on evidence. It is impossible to access legally certain databases, and the analysis of data specifically targets certain areas such as Asia and Africa, and it links consumption of rosewood with activities in China such as investment in property and fighting against corruption. It mentions COVID-19 and it extrapolates certain points. We hope that UNODC, as a member of the consortium and the United Nations system, will adopt a global approach when it looks at species and the mechanisms in the countries where there were confiscation, seizures, the methods of seizure, and the information on how the products seized have been dealt with. And United Nations agencies should be impartial. And so we would call on the consortium partners, including UNODC, to take into account the concerns raised. Thank you.
Thank you, China. I have a request back to Indonesia. Okay, correct. Thank you, Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia appreciates the Secretariat for providing the report of the International Consortium on Combating Wildlife Crime, ICCWC. We can say that since ICCWC was established, Indonesia has been very much involved in its programs, particularly in some operations coordinated by the Interpol, from Operation Cobra in 2013 until Thunderbolt in 2019. Indonesia fully supports the work of the ICCWC to decrease wildlife crime in line with the Indonesian national strategy and policy in combating illegal wildlife trade, which its strategic purposes, which are reducing poaching, reducing wildlife trafficking, reduce demand, and increase capacity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Next on my list is Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would also like to thank the Secretariat for the preparation of this document and IQWIC for their important work in the fight against wildlife crime and to support and coordinate the parties. We welcome the IQWIC's intention to assist in the developing of an effective law enforcement and criminal justice system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I will see if there's any further comments from parties, and I'll also see if there's any observers who wish to intervene on document 33.3. Okay, so seeing no further requests for the floor, I will turn back to the recommendations, which I didn't hear any disagreement with. I did note, China, your concern, and I was wondering if we could additionally suggest that we invite, perhaps we can invite yourselves to provide the concerns with the World Wildlife Crime Report to the Secretariat and for engagement with the EQUIC partners? Does that seem reasonable? If we could ask that you engage with the Secretariat on the concerns that you've raised regarding the data and the approach used in this World Wildlife Crime Report as an additional point?
No problem.
Does that sound good to everyone? Okay, thank you, China. Okay, so with that, then I conclude that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations found in paragraph 45 of SC 74 Doc 33.3, and additionally invites China to work with the Secretariat to raise the to discuss the concerns raised regarding the World Wildlife Crime Report. Thank you. Okay. So thank you. With that, I believe we can conclude on document 33.3. And now we will go to 33.2. And this is the report on a task force on illegal trade in specimens of listed tree species. And associated with 33.2 is also 33.2 addendum. So I invite the Secretariat to present this report.
Thank you, Chair. And good evening, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. In document 33.2 and its addendum, the Secretariat reports on the implementation of COP18 decisions on the Task Force on Illegal Trade in Specimens of CITES-listed tree species. The meeting took place online in the beginning of February 2022. Participants of the task force meeting agreed on an outcome document outlining a comprehensive set of measures and activities to be undertaken to elaborate strategies to prevent and combat illegal trade in specimens of CITES-listed tree species, including forest legality and traceability, international and regional cooperation, species identification and physical inspections, risk assessment and profiling, and addressing corruption and financial crimes linked to the forestry sector. The outcome document of the task force meeting is presented in the annex to the addendum to document 33.2. The Standing Committee is invited to note document 33.2 and consider the recommendations in paragraph 8 in the addendum to the same document. Further, in paragraph 9 of the addendum, the committee is invited to consider adding to the draft decisions agreed at PC 25 on identification of timber and other wood products and an additional subparagraph to draft decision 19CC in paragraph 19 of document PC 25 SR for submission to COP19. Finally, the Secretariat would like to thank the European Union, France and Monaco for the funding it provided through the IQUIC strategic program for the task force meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So the committee is invited to note the report and in particular to consider and agree the recommendations in paragraph 8 and 9 of 33.2 addendum. So I will open the floor then to members of the committee for any comments on the recommendations in the addendum. I'll start with members of the Standing Committee. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for organizing the task force and all the participants for their work on this important topic. We agree that all recommendations tackle important issues, and we highlight in particular the need for a stronger cooperation between parties and also that the engagement with organizations like Interpol and the World Customs Organization was identified by the task force as an important issue. We note that there are many recommendations, and we note the recommendation to implement all these actions, but we seek guidance from the Secretariat or you, Chair, to a way forward on this, because we don't really understand, as it is just an outcome document of that task force. So we would welcome like a clear process on how to proceed with these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. So I'm going to continue to take reactions, but I do note your point about guidance. I'm going to take a minute to reflect on that, and I probably consult a bit with the Secretariat. But before I do, I think I would like to take a few more interventions from members of the Standing Committee or parties. So I'll also invite parties who wish to comment. Brazil, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Madam Chair. With relation to the work of strengthening inspection and control related to the export of native CITES listed tree species, it is worth noting that Brazil has one of the most robust mechanisms of management of its chain of production, based not only in methods and techniques for selective and sustainable extraction, but also on the guarantee of assertive licensing based on data and information that are introduced into electronic systems of traceability of origin, industrialization, and trade of wood. That said, between 2011 and the present date, Brazil has exported around 1,700 loads of CITES-listed tree species controlled by the systems Sinaflor and DOF, contemplating 55,000 cubic meters of 5 different species. These were exported to 41 countries with the due CITES licenses. Furthermore, Brazil would like to bring to light that several improvements have been implemented in the mentioned control systems to ameliorate the traceability mechanisms. Also, missions and operations have been carried out in our main export seaports in cooperation with the Federal Police, Internal Revenue, and the UNODC Container Control Program. We were glad to cooperate with the task force and make ourselves available to provide further information.
Thank you, Brazil. I also see Singapore, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Singapore commends the CITES Secretariat for organizing a very engaging and virtual workshop despite the challenging circumstances of the pandemic. We agree with the recommendations in the report. As part of the member of the Task Force on Illegal Trade in Specimens of CITES-listed tree species, Singapore shared case studies on CITES-listed timber species seized by Singapore and the forensic techniques applied to identify and analyze the specimens. Last August, Singapore opened our Center for Wildlife Forensics. This will enhance our capabilities in wildlife forensic science, including chemical and molecular methods like DNA barcoding and genomics, to accurately identify animal and timber species. We are establishing reference databases of such species under the center. For example, we are building a reference collection of timber specimens in a Singapore-like xylarium at the Singapore Botanic Gardens. The Center for Wildlife Forensics is backed by an international advisory panel of experts. It will also partner regional and local experts to enhance its expertise and facilitate collaboration on the analysis of wildlife forensics. Our aim is for the Center for Wildlife Forensics to be recognized in CITES Directory of Wildlife Forensics this year. This will enable us to support other countries in investigating and prosecuting cases of illegal wildlife trade. We welcome parties to reach out to us for any potential collaboration and donations of timber specimens to contribute to a centralized database in the region. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Singapore. Okay, I don't see any further requests from the floor. I have a sense of what the recommendations are proposing in response to Belgium's question, but I'm going to take a moment as I want to consult on a few points with the Secretariat. Committee members and parties for your comments and interventions. I didn't hear any disagreement with the recommendations in the addendum, but I did hear a request for clarification from Belgium. So what I'm understanding based on what I'm looking at here and the existing decision is that right now what the Secretariat is proposing that the Standing Committee do is, again, take note of these outcomes and these various points found in the addendum, which go up to 4.6. And in particular, you'll note in A1, request parties to fully implement the measures. So there's a request for them to implement. There's an invitation for the various agencies outlined to, again, pursue the measures. And so this is kind of asking those bodies to undertake the work. There's, again, an invitation to review the revised compendium and to draw on that for their own timber identification work. So so the Secretariat is proposing that we provide this series of encouragements and requests to those parties and bodies. And then for those elements of the compendium that are touching on the work that the Plants Committee is doing, there is an addition to the Plants Committee's agreed decision to also ask the Plants Committee to consider those relevant outcomes. And I gather there's some here, for example, on forensics, identification that is relevant to the work that the Plants Committee is undertaking. So what I understand is the recommendation, therefore, is that the Plants Committee can pick up some of these pieces that are relevant to their work, and for the remaining elements of the outcome document, we are requesting that the parties to take note and implement them. And that would be sort of the conclusion of the work based on the recommendations in the document. I hope that helps. And if I'm happy to continue to take your comments or views if you feel a different approach should be taken. Belgium, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this, for the extra explanation. However, we remain a bit with the same question. Normally we have decisions, and if there are long-standing issues that need to be implemented by the parties, we have an understanding that that should be added to a resolution. However, here we are noting an outcome document. Will that, to facilitate the implementation by the parties, and also in finding the document with all the recommendations and the measures and activities that we should undertake, will that be published on the website? How will we, so that's a bit my question, I guess. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Belgium, and I understand your question. So right now, the recommendations that the Secretariat is proposing the Standing Committee adopt doesn't create a feedback loop, which is, I think, what you're asking about, sort of where's that feedback? And so it's inviting and encouraging the parties to implement the actions there, but there's not necessarily a report back or a continuous feedback. And so that's the recommendation that's before the committee, and then it's up. I'm in the committee's hands as to whether that is satisfactory or whether a different approach or some additional actions or reporting is needed. I'm taking from your comments that perhaps Belgium feels that you would like to see the committee here have a sense of the path forward or the actions or how they're being implemented. But again, I'm in your hands. I'm here to listen to your perspectives on this, and then based on that, we can evaluate these recommendations or modify them to provide the information that the Standing Committee would request. So Belgium, I was having a discussion with the Secretariat. The Secretariat indicates a willingness, should the committee be interested in reporting on this sort of implementation on these outcomes. For me, I think if the Standing Committee is interested in that sort of report, we could craft a decision to ask, first of all, for parties to report on their implementation of these, the outcome pieces of the measures and activities agreed at the task force meeting, and then ask the Secretariat to report on that to the Standing Committee at its 77th meeting. That's one approach. Again, I'm in your hands. Belgium, go ahead.
Thank you, and I do apologize for taking up the floor again. Our concern is rather practical of a reason. I do understand that some actions and measures can be implemented as appropriate. Some parties have already implemented. Some measures and activities might not be suited for every party. So we would not advise to have reporting on that because that would be very difficult. However, now it is an outcome document on a standing committee document, and we are worried that parties might not find the outcome document because it will be snowed in with all the other standing committee documents. So we would maybe ask the Secretariat to reflect if there is not a suitable area on the website where it might be published, so parties can keep track of the activities that the task force has identified.
Understood. Thank you, Belgium. That was very clear. And so what you're looking for is just a bit of transparency in this through the CITES website. And I believe the Secretariat does have some spaces of that nature. I see some nodding. So perhaps I'll ask the Secretariat to respond, and thank you for your patience with me as well. We will get there. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe just to say, after COP, we made the recommendations on Western Central Africa available on the enforcement website. And there is a space to make this available. So we propose to make this also available on that same website. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So Belgium's raised the points about making sure there's a bit of transparency and understanding about these outcomes, and so the suggestion is to add to the recommendations to ask the Secretariat to make the outcomes of the online task force meeting on illegal trade in specimens of CITES listed tree species available on the CITES website. I will presume, unless I see a flag, that there's concurrence with that point. Okay. So thank you, everyone. And with that, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee notes document 33.2 and agrees with the recommendations found in paragraph 8 and 9 of the addendum. And I also trust that that's acceptable to the Plants Committee Chair. And additionally asks that the Secretariat make the outcomes of the online task force meeting available on the CITES website. So thank you, everyone. That concludes our discussion of document 33.2. And so now I will turn to document 33.4, wildlife crime linked to the internet, report of the Secretariat. And I'll ask the Secretariat, please, to provide a brief introduction to your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Secretariat presents in this document information on activities undertaken to combat wildlife crime linked to the internet. The document highlights that although more needs to be done, it is encouraging to note that authorities have demonstrated commitment and are increasingly responding to wildlife crime linked to the internet. Notably, through targeted operations, the development of best practices and guidance materials, or several successful investigations that resulted in prosecutions and convictions of offenders involved. I draw your attention in particular to the limited use of the resource available through Interpol's Global Complex for Innovation in Singapore. Parties are encouraged to, where appropriate, make use of this resource in support of their investigations and efforts related to combating wildlife crime linked to the internet. Parties are also encouraged to consult the updated website on wildlife crime linked to the internet on the CITES Secretariat website for more information on best practice and model measures and available resources that can mobilize in support of their efforts. The Standing Committee is invited to note the document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report on wildlife crime linked to the internet. The Standing Committee has been invited to note this report. So I will see if there's any comments from the members of the committee on this report. And I am also opening the floor to parties. Indonesia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, colleagues. Indonesia appreciates the Secretariat for preparing the report on wildlife crime linked to the internet. I'm in the right agenda, right? Okay, just in case. because it's so late. In this regard, we are happy to report that Indonesia now tries to implement this as well. We have an intelligence center at the Ministry of Environment and Forestry in the Law Enforcement Department. One of its activities is to carry out cyber patrol for wildlife crimes through social media and e-commerce. So far, the result of the cyber patrol team the last 5 years are there are 29% issues on Appendix 1, 66% issues on Appendix 2, 1% on Appendix 3, and 3% non-appendix legally traded. Some cases has been followed up with the law enforcement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I will continue to see if there's further comments on the report on wildlife crime linked to the internet. I see Ecuador, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This intervention is on the decisions that are being reviewed in the document, but we are looking at wildlife crime linked to the internet. We are concerned that in our world-famous Galapagos Islands, the largest marine reserve in the planet and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, that we are seeing that species that are listed in Appendix 2 are at risk of illegal trade because of those specimens using the bred in captivity labels, and this would appear to be taking place in various CITES member states, and we are seeing YouTube and other online programs showing these species for sale, and we've seen people trying to take these species out of the Galapagos through social media. So on the basis of the information in information document 26, it's important that the laws that are applied to the Galapagos Islands ban the extraction of these species from the islands, and it's quite clear that none have been exported from Ecuador in accordance with the text of the convention, and we ensure that they are legal, sustainable, and traceable.
Thank you, Ecuador. I'll see if there's any further comments from Standing Committee members or observer parties. I see Poland, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Referring to the speech of our colleague from Ecuador, we'd like to thank the Ecuador for the information provided, especially for the information provided in the document INVDOC 26. We'd like to congratulate Ecuador on efforts taken with regard to combating illegal trade in iguanas mentioned. We support Ecuador in their statement, and we'd like to confirm that the EU has on the 3rd of December 2020 banned imports of Conolophus subscristatus Galapagosland iguanas from all sources, including source code W, F, and C. And the EU can look into the other species mentioned in the document to see if a similar action would be needed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Poland. I see Peru, please. Peru.
Muy buenas noches, señora Presidenta.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Just as is the case in other countries, we have identified an increase in the illegal sale of wildlife through the internet, in particular in pandemic times. That's why, with the support of the CITES Secretariat, Peru held a national workshop to cover the subject of wildlife crime linked to the internet, and this took place in September last year, in order to identify species that are illegally traded in the region and to strengthen the links we have to our neighboring countries. This workshop had the participation of Ecuador, Brazil, and Colombia, and we're also calling for initiatives in the field to continue tracing the trafficking networks that are developing in various South American countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. I see Panama now, please.
Gracias.
Thank you. Just as other countries have said, in Panama we have the same problem of illegal trade through the internet, in particular through social networks and other sales platforms, both within and outside of the country. And we think it's important to take into account the motion that took place at the last IUCN meeting on wildlife cybercrime to set up an association with international associations that can finance and support countries that suffer from this problem in the region, and in particular those with endemic species that are leaving that country because they don't exist elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Panama, and indeed thanks to all the parties who've raised the concerns with wildlife crime linked to the internet. Again, we are invited to take note of this document, so I will see if there's any last comments, and then I think we can move to conclude. The United States, please.
The United States supports the recommendation by the Secretariat to note SC 74, Doc 33.4, and applaud the work of the Secretariat to support parties in addressing wildlife crime linked to the internet. The United States supports the development of the website and guides established by the Secretariat and encourages parties to use them. We commend the Secretariat for its considerable efforts with partner organizations to address this rapidly evolving commercial space. We are pleased to hear the Interpol guidelines have been finalized and published, and hope that this, as well as the capacity established at the Global Complex for Innovation, are proving to be useful resources to parties. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. So I will see if any observers wish to comment before I conclude this item. So I will take a very short intervention from SSN, and then we will conclude.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The problem of species trafficking through social networks on the internet has increased throughout the world. We would like to mention the very clear example we've heard from Ecuador on the Galapagos iguanas. It's something that we have to really pay attention to, and we would call on the Standing Committee to take note of the report and to encourage parties to continue their efforts to tackle crime against wildlife through the internet and social media. Thank you.
Thank you, SSN. Thank you to all the parties who've intervened. This has been an emerging area of concern for the parties for a few years now, and we see that that concern continues. So thank you to the Secretariat for preparing this document. The Standing Committee takes, it's my view that the Standing Committee agrees to take note of SC 74, Doc 33.4, the report of the Secretariat. And we'll look forward to your report to the Conference of the Parties. With that, so we have 20 minutes left in the session, and I note the next series of documents are all related to various cat Felidae species. So I'm at this point suggesting that we hold the block of documents related to cats, so document 36, 69, 74, 75, and 62, and take them up tomorrow morning. And perhaps in the next 20 minutes, we could finish the rest. Maybe turn to document 73 on pangolins. So I'll see if everyone's with me. If you agree, I would like to keep the cats together for tomorrow morning and turn us to document 73 on pangolins. Israel, do you have a concern with that?
Point of order, perhaps you might want to revert to 11.4 on rules of procedure and finish that one if there's a few minutes.
Maybe we can do both.
Well, let's go ahead.
Okay. Actually, okay. Well, we have 20 minutes. I'm going to try. Let's try for document 73, and maybe we could even fit in the very brief report on reverting back to 11.4. But if that's okay, I would like to turn to the report of the Secretariat on SC 74, Doc 33 on pangolins. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In document 73, the Secretariat reports on the implementation of decisions on pangolins adopted at COP 18. Regarding decision 18239 on the development of conversion parameters for all pangolin species, the Animals Committee at its 31st meeting agreed to submit the draft decision in paragraph 4 in the present document, extending this work beyond COP19 for consideration by the Standing Committee and onward submission to COP19. To implement decision 18240, paragraph C, the Secretariat commissioned IUCN to prepare, in cooperation with relevant experts and pangolin range states, a report on the national conservation status of pangolin species, legal and illegal trade in pangolins, stocks of specimens of pangolins and stockpile management, and enforcement issues. This report is presented in Annex 2 to the document. The Secretariat would like to thank the UK for the funding it provided through the ICOI strategic program for the implementation of this decision. And it would also like to thank the parties and experts that contributed with information to the report and IUCN for preparing the report. Pangolins continue to be significantly affected by illegal trade. Available information suggests that pangolin population in most countries are declining and that the illegal trade in pangolin specimens is likely having a significant impact on pangolin populations. However, the lack of up-to-date knowledge and data about pangolin abundance and population trends poses a challenge in determining the true impact of poaching and illegal trade. The Standing Committee is invited to consider the recommendations in paragraph 34 of document 73 and the draft decisions in paragraph 35 for submission to COP19. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So we are in SC 74, Doc 73, and in paragraph 34, the Standing Committee is, there's a number of recommendations to the Standing Committee. including in paragraph 35, some draft decisions for submission to the 19th Conference of the Parties. So I open the floor then to comments, starting with comments from the members of the Standing Committee. Poland, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We agree with conclusions and recommendations of the report. Pangolins are the most trafficked mammals, and their protection can only be achieved by targeted efforts to those populations that are most affected by illegal trade. The most threatened species and populations can only be identified by species-specific identification of seized pangolin specimens. Therefore, we support the draft decisions prepared by the Secretariat and suggest to put even more emphasis on the requirement for parties to identify seized pangolins to a species level by adding in the draft decision 19.bb directed to parties the word strongly before the word encouraged. So it would read, all parties are strongly encouraged to identify seized pangolin specimens at species level and report the seizures at species level in their annual illegal trade reports. I can repeat it if it's necessary. No, okay, perfect. And lastly, we believe that the better identification materials and species level identification of seized specimens would clearly be a useful tool to enhance protection of certain pangolin populations subject to greater pressure by illegal trade. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Poland. And on your first point, we captured the strongly, so all parties are strongly encouraged. Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia appreciates the interinstitutional work undertaken by the CITES Secretariat, IUCN, and others to implement the decision 18.238243, and Indonesia welcomes the report and recommendations presented in Annex 2 to the present document. We note that the report finds broad declines in pangolin species populations, as well as verifiable information on organized intra- and transcontinental trafficking in large amounts of pangolin specimens. We therefore urge greater vigilance to monitor and taking action to prevent both illegal international trade and forms of domestic trade that provide opportunities for laundering illegally obtained and traded pangolin products. As one of the pangolin range states, we are ready actively implement domestic measures to address illegal trade in pangolins with pangolin management and conservation plans, as well as law enforcement efforts through the development of national emergency action plans of the pangolins. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I'll continue to take inputs from the members of the Standing Committee, and I'll also invite observer parties who wish to comment to raise their flags. United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies. And thank you, thank you for the documents. The UK welcomes the work that has been carried out to implement decisions 18238 to 18243 and the report produced under decision 18240. We note with considerable concern that the report finds broad declines in pangolin populations. We agree with the recommendations and draft decisions in paragraphs 34 and 35 of the document. However, we'd suggest a couple of additions that might be considered. Firstly, As the Secretariat has not received any information in the context of decision 18.238, we would recommend that decision is renewed at COP19 if the Secretariat has not received sufficient reports from many of the Pangolin range states by COP19. Secondly, secondly, given the challenges highlighted in paragraph 22 of Doc 73 around disposal of pangolin specimens, we'd recommend that paragraph 34E is included in the draft decisions for COP19 to ensure systems are in place so that specimens do not re-enter illegal trade. In that respect, I might offer the following text directed to parties in whose territories stocks of parts and derivatives of pangolins exist are encouraged to take urgent steps to establish and apply, where not yet done, strict control measures to secure these stocks, as anticipated in paragraph 3 of Resolution Conf 17.10 on conservation of and trade in pangolins, and report on the implementation of this decision to the Secretariat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, United Kingdom. So to ensure everyone caught that, the United Kingdom supports the recommendations in 34 and paragraph 35. And additionally, the United Kingdom would suggest that the Standing Committee renew Decision 18.238, so invite the Conference of the Parties to renew Decision 18.238. And additionally, the United Kingdom would suggest that as part of the decisions that the Standing Committee suggests to the Conference of the Parties, add basically recommendation 34E to that, so that the decisions coming from the Standing Committee that are directed to the parties would also include a request that parties in whose territories stocks and parts and derivatives of pangolins exist to establish and apply strict control measures to secure these stocks as called for in paragraph 3 and report on implementation to the Secretariat. So taking that recommendation from paragraph 34 and turning it into a decision to the Conference of the Parties with a request to report to the Secretariat. So I will seek any further views, any reactions, both to the addition of strongly and to the additions proposed by the United Kingdom. And I will continue to take comments. I believe, India, you wish to take the floor. So India, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we have indicated in our response to the questionnaire, the major threat to pangolins in India is poaching for international trade, fueled by demand outside our borders. The report concludes that there is a weak evidence that demand reduction efforts for pangolin products in key consumer countries are proving effective. We would therefore support the adoption of a draft decision addressing the issue of demand for pangolin parts and derivatives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India. So I will continue to take comments, reactions. We have some ideas on the table in terms of updating these decisions or adding elements to them, and I'd appreciate some feedback on what you've heard I'll start with parties and, of course, members of the Standing Committee. And India, to your comment about the demand reduction pieces, I believe some of that might be in the resolution, so we're going to take a quick look to see if that adequately addresses your point. In the interim, Poland, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to just align ourselves with proposal made by the UK. Thank you.
Thank you. Poland? United States?
Good evening, and thank you, Chair. We fully support the recommendations made by our colleagues in the United Kingdom and Poland, in addition to supporting the recommendations in the document and draft decisions in 19AA. That was agreed by the Animals Committee and proposed for submission to COP19, and also fully support the draft decisions 19BB to 19EE by the Animals Committee. We also note the report implementation of CITES Decision 18.240, paragraph C, on pangolins, and Decision 18.240C, presented in the annexes, and are in the process of reviewing it thoroughly. Thank you.
So thank you to the United States and Poland. I have a good sense then of what is agreeable to those who have intervened. And again, I will take silence as general agreement. One moment, please. So thank you. So based on the discussion we've had here and on the comments I've heard, and also just cross-referencing with the resolution, it's my sense that the committee agrees with the recommendations in paragraph 34 of SC 74 Doc 73. It's equally my sense that the committee agrees with the submission of the draft decisions found in paragraph 35 of SC 74 Doc 73, with the addition of strongly in draft decision 19.BB, so that it would read, all parties are strongly encouraged to identify seized pangolin specimens, etc. It is additionally my impression, based on the interventions, that the committee agrees to suggest the Conference of the Parties renew Decision 18.238. And I also understand that the committee agrees to an additional decision directed to the parties that will reflect the language found in paragraph 34E. So directing the parties in whose territory stocks of parts and derivatives of pangolins exist, etc., and then report on this implementation to the Secretariat. My sense that this is agreeable to the committee, and of course noting that there are a number of encouragements and actions as well for the protection of pangolins in the decision, including work on demand reduction. In the resolution, did I say decision? Sorry, it's late. So thank you, everyone. I will see if that is agreeable. I see there is some desire for observers, so I will, in the last minute, maybe take the one intervention from Animal Welfare Institute, and then if it's really short, we might even be able to conclude on 11.4. Animal Welfare Institute, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This intervention is made on behalf of 15 observer organizations. A full list of those organizations will be provided to the Secretariat. I apologize for not providing the list before this agenda item, but I didn't anticipate the change in the agenda. We thank the Secretariat, parties, and other stakeholders for the efforts undertaken to implement decisions 18.238 to 18.243, despite the Appendix 1 listing of all pangolin species following COP17. Large numbers of pangolins and pangolin specimens continue to be subject to intra- and transcontinental trafficking, raising serious conservation concerns. The lack of biological data on many populations only increases our concern for these species. Therefore, we ask the Standing Committee to call on all parties, particularly range, transit, and consumer countries, to increase their vigilance and efforts to prevent illegal international trade in pangolins and pangolin parts and to shut down domestic trade in the species. We thank the distinguished delegates from Poland and the United Kingdom for their interventions and support their suggestions. Furthermore, while we support the recommendations contained in paragraph 34 of SC 74, Doc 73, we suggest some changes to strengthen the proposed decision text. These changes include amending Decision 19.BB to urge parties to submit reports to the Secretariat by the document deadline for SC 77 on any pangolin stockpiles, including the quantity, sources, specimen types, management, and current or planned use of the specimens, including destruction, which should be encouraged. We also encourage or propose amending Decision 19.EE to direct the Standing Committee, based on the IUCN report and other relevant sources of information, to identify parties at SC 77 requiring attention due to their role in the illegal pangolin trade. Request those parties to submit information to SC 78 on their efforts to prevent such trade, and if not satisfied with their responses, develop recommendations including possible compliance measures. Furthermore, we urge the Standing Committee to propose amendments to ResComp 17.10 at COP 19 to encourage parties to engage in comprehensive enforcement and novel demand reduction activities, encourage all parties that have a legal domestic market for pangolin specimens to close those markets, and encourage parties to increase law enforcement capacity and improve enforcement through international cooperation, financial and intelligence-led overt and covert investigations, and collaboration with the private sector. The organizations supporting this intervention stand ready to work with the Secretariat and parties to help prevent the trafficking in pangolin specimens. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Animal Welfare Institute. We take note of your intervention. And I previously summarized my understanding of the agreements of the Standing Committee, so I trust everyone captured that. So with that, I think we conclude our discussion on SC 74 Doc 73 on pangolins. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, it is now 10 o'clock, so I do not have time to give the brief overview of the results of the discussion on 11.4. Tomorrow morning, we will start, and I will address document 11.4 so we can conclude on the rules of procedure first thing in the morning, and then we will continue with the agenda starting with Asian big cats. I anticipate actually taking the various species-specific documents on these Felidae species, and then I will take document 69 on the Asian big cats task force after the cheetah document. So I'm just going to move that one and look at the species-specific first, and then deal with the big cats task force. But it'll all be in a group. And then, of course, we'll continue with the agenda, and we'll catch up, and everybody will get their Friday evening to themselves. So thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to seeing you bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you.